Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, all power and authority belong to you. You even rule the raging of the sea. Guide our lawmakers as they strive to serve your purposes for their lives in this generation. May they acknowledge you as the source of their strength, finding their security in the wisdom and love of your unfolding providence. Make our senators shining examples of trustworthy and responsible stewardship. Lord, use them to strengthen the moral fiber of our nation and world. And Lord, during this season of wars and rumors of wars, use us all as instruments of your peace. We pray in your powerful name. Amen.
Would you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved, morning business is closed, and under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Benjamin M. Flowers of Ohio to be United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit.
The senator from Iowa.
It's the responsibility of Congress every year to pass appropriation bills to fund the government. Failure to enact the 12 annual appropriation bills by the end of a fiscal year of September 30th has, with increasing frequency, resulted in major government shutdowns. Last year, Senator Collins, as chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee, worked with strong bipartisan support to report funding bills to the floor. Unfortunately, that is where the minority party's cooperation ended. They refused to work with the majority party to get these appropriation bills across the finishing line, even refusing to pass a short-term, clean, continuing resolution to keep government open while funding continued as the negotiations would continue. Rather than prioritizing ordinary Americans, the other side of the aisle decided to hold government funding hostage to support and score political points with their activist base. The end result was the famous 43-day government shutdown, which was the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. Only then did the minority party agree to enact a short-term, clean, continuing resolution. Eventually, Congress passed 11 of 12 appropriation bills in their entirety. However, the minority mischief was far from over. For 36 days, the Department of Homeland Security was shuttered due to their refusal to fund federal law enforcement and border security. Ultimately, the majority had to take matters into their own hands. So through the reconciliation process, the bill called the Secure America Act funded federal law enforcement officers, border security, and protecting American communities from violent criminals, illicit drugs, and contraband. Obviously, it was a choice from the other side of the aisle to not fund these critical priorities. You'd think that the minority would have learned that government shutdown never accomplished anything. After all, they achieved none of their policy objectives. Although their costly government shutdown compromised our nation's security and at the same time inflicted pain on the American public. Yet, this year, the minority party is refusing to work in a bipartisan manner and cooperate even to get the appropriation process started in the United States Senate. The Appropriations Committee has not been able to report a single appropriation bill to the Senate floor. Now, we're less than 3 months from a new fiscal year, and once again, the minority party is prioritizing a government shutdown over cooperation. They want to play politics at the expense of the American family and our nation's welfare. Lurching from one deadline to the next is the wrong way to run Washington and ought to be avoided. The majority, led by Senator Collins, are working and willing to do the hard work of passing 12 annual appropriation bills on time. It's time for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to work with us and get the job done to avoid a government shutdown. Or better yet, follow the advice of Senator Langford of Oklahoma, who's been working on a continuing resolution bill that would automatically carry us from September 30th into the new fiscal year without having to shut down government. We'd never have to go through that again. Now, Mr. President, I don't see another member coming to the floor. I want to read into the record, but I want to tell the staff on both the Republican and Democrat side that if a member comes over here to speak before I'm done reading this, I would be glad to yield the floor immediately. This is from the Des Moines Register, written by Donnell Eller yesterday. Iowa farm income fell 53% over 3 years, a new Iowa State University report says. Quoting, Iowa farm income tumbled 53% from 2022 to 2024, squeezed by record high input cost, depressed corn and soybean prices, and continued trade uncertainty, a new report shows. The pain is likely to continue through 2027, even with federal government assistance. about $30 billion to U.S. farmers last year and $45 billion this year, helping farmers stay afloat, according to a report of Iowa State University, the Iowa Farm Bureau Federation, and the Iowa Bankers Association. The Farm Bureau released the report at a day-long economic summit in Ankeny on Friday, July 17th. Former U.S. Trade Representative Bob Lighthizer and Greg Dowd, CEO of the National Milk Producers Federation and former Chief Agriculture Negotiator in the U.S. Trade Representative's Office, were among the speakers. This isn't the 1980 farm crisis, but the pressure is mounting, and the effect will be felt across the broader Iowa economy, said Christopher Pudens, Farm Bureau economist, who presented the report along with Iowa State University economist Chad Hart and John Crispy. In June, President Donald Trump told Congress that U.S. farmers will need an additional $11 billion to help them survive market and trade losses, despite the $13 billion aid allocated earlier this year. The $11 billion is not included in the study tally of $45 billion in the farm assistance year, this year, which includes direct aid, crop insurance supports, conservation payments. Brent Johnson, the Iowa Farm Bureau president, said the proposed bailout doesn't solve the problems farmers face. It will lengthen the financial runway, but it's not a good long-term solution, Johnson said in an interview. Iowa and U.S. farmers need increased domestic and global demand, Johnson said. Trump's ongoing trade war has slashed farm exports, most significantly to China, the world's largest soybean buyer. Iowa is the nation's largest corn, pork, and egg producer and the second largest producer of soybeans. Johnson, who farms in northwest Iowa's Calhoun County, said farmers have been willing to endure some pain for trade gains, but our ability to sustain pain is strongly diminished because of the length of this, he said, adding, we need a win. Here's what to know from the ISU Farm Bureau study. The report showed 19% of mid-size and large Iowa farms were considered financially vulnerable. In December 2025, more than double the 7.7% identified in 2022, the author said. So far, though, the proportion of vulnerable farms remain lower than what it was in 2015 to 2019, the last long-term farm downturn. Last year, U.S. farm bankruptcy spiked 46% to 315, and in Iowa, they more than doubled to 18. The University of Missouri estimate shows Iowa farm income climbed 60% last year, boosted by government payments and strong returns on livestock. But this is followed by forecasted consecutive decreases in 2026 and 2027. Farmers are weathering the downturn for now, but should the current situation persist or worsen, the negative economic effects will be felt throughout the rural communities and Iowa's broader economy. This is eerily reminiscent of what we went through 10 years ago in 2015 to 2019 downturn. Hart said, the question is, how long does it take for us to get farm income back up again? Hart said that Iowa farmers should work hard to cut production costs that have spiked 37% since 2021 for corn producers and 36% for soybean growers. The largest increases were tied to machinery expenses and seed, chemical, and fertilizer, the report said. There are a lot of antitrust issues out there, said Johnson, the Iowa Farm Bureau president. Our costs are artificially high. The report said the 53% farm income decline has not triggered a collapse of the scale of the 1980s farm crisis, but the steady tightening is straining Iowa farm businesses and the industries and rural communities tied to them. Farming in Iowa, along with industries tied to agriculture, contribute on average $51.5 billion annually, or 19% of the state's economy from 2020 to 24, the report said. On average, one job in Iowa's agriculture-related industries supported a total of 1 in 6,500 jobs in the state broader community, the report said. Steady farmland values have bolstered the ag economy, including supporting farmers' ability to borrow money for their operation. Though last year, Iowa farm land values inched up less than 1% to an average of $11,549 per acre, the Iowa State University reported in its annual farmland survey. 40% of the participants in the ISU survey said that they expect values to decline over the next year, while 82% see values climbing over 5 years. If land values further soften, farm operations with a large debt or farms relying on land equity to support operating costs could face greater financial pressure, the group said, the end of the report. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, every parent wants to give their kids a better life than they had. So parents spend a lot of time making sure that their kids are ready when opportunity comes their way. In many cases, that involves putting money aside for their future. Mr. President, opportunity is one of the pillars of Republicans' working families tax cuts. That means both creating opportunity and helping more Americans to seize those opportunities and get ahead. And one of the ways this bill does that is by helping parents to save and invest in their children's futures. That starts with lower tax bills so parents can keep more of their hard-earned money. And on top of that, we've made it easier for parents to support their kids' dreams with things like the bill's new Trump accounts. These new tax-advantaged investment accounts can be a powerful tool for parents and other family members to give the next generation a brighter future. Because Trump accounts can be used for a broad array of expenses. Money from a Trump account can go toward education expenses, buying a first home, starting a business, or buying the family farm or ranch when the time comes. Kids can even opt to use the accounts as retirement savings when they reach adulthood, a financial priority for every American. Mr. President, Trump accounts will help bring big dreams closer within reach. Parents of children born between 2025 and 2028 can opt in to receive an additional $1,000 balance in their Trump account from the government. On top of that, numerous companies have already made pledges to contribute to the Trump accounts for their employees' children. And some philanthropists have made similar commitments. Plus, as I indicated earlier, any member of the family can contribute to a Trump account. So an aunt or an uncle, grandma or grandpa can add money to a Trump account as a birthday or Christmas gift, further boosting the amount a child will have available when he or she reaches young adulthood. Mr. President, even $20 per month can build to a substantial sum of money by the time a baby born this year turns 18. And the Trump Accounts app even includes modules and other resources for parents and children to learn about investing and grow their financial literacy, which will help them throughout their lives. Mr. President, Trump accounts are a significant tool for parents and their kids, but it's far from the only thing that we did in this bill to help the next generation get a head start on the American dream. The Working Families Tax Cuts also made some significant improvements to the traditional 529 education savings plan, allowing those savings to be used for a greater variety of education-related expenses. Tutoring, homeschool materials, and vocational and continuing education. Plus, we doubled the withdrawal limit for 529s to $20,000 per year. Mr. President, I'm also proud of how the Working Families Tax Cut strengthens pathways to meaningful career options for the next generation. On the higher education side, we implemented accountability and reforms that put downward pressure on the cost of college degrees. We also made permanent a policy I authored that allows employers to pay off a portion of their employees' student loans without the employee having to pay taxes on the repayment amount. For Americans who are interested in learning a skilled trade, the bill is transformative. As I mentioned, it allows 529 savings to go toward vocational education. It also created the Workforce Pell Program, which will provide financial assistance to Americans in shorter-term skills and career training programs, whether they're just starting out or looking to switch careers or develop new skills in their current field. Mr. President, states are just beginning the process of identifying programs that will qualify for Workforce Pell, and it's already generating excitement. One community college president in New York said of Workforce Pell, and I quote, "The potential is absolutely huge," end quote. Another community college administrator in Oregon hailed how Workforce Pell will provide assistance for the college's truck driving certificate program, a popular program that leads to high-paying jobs, but for which financial aid is hard to come by. Workforce Pell will change that. And Workforce Pell will also be a game changer for mid-career professionals. As Colette Atkins, who works at Kirkwood Community College in Iowa, said, and I quote, "We have students that are working already, and they can't step away for 2 years, but can they step away to do that 8 to 15 weeks to get that training? They sure can." and now there's financial support to help them do that, end quote. Mr. President, suffice it to say, Workforce Pell will open new pathways and create opportunities for a lot of Americans. And it's getting started thanks to the working families' tax cuts. Mr. President, putting more money in Americans' pockets, helping them seize opportunities to get ahead, and creating new pathways to success. That is the working families' tax cuts at work. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call a roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Democratic Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it is an absolute disgrace that Pete Hegseth has withheld casualty numbers in the Iran war from the American public. One of the biggest questions Pete Hegseth has to answer today is why he was out marketing testosterone supplements for our troops last week while withholding casualty numbers in the Iran war from the American people. We learned yesterday that the Pentagon failed to disclose that our troops sustained nearly 100 injuries in the past few weeks of the Iran war. Sending our troops in harm's way is the most serious thing we can do as a nation. But Hegseth, Trump, and Rubio certainly don't treat it that way. Hegseth is hiding more than he's sharing these days, whether it's the number of wounded, the damage to our bases overseas, or the immense ballooning costs of this Iran war blunder. We need answers, but Hegseth wants to give some to the GOP alone. Hegseth is reportedly attending a House Republican meeting today to brief their members on the war without providing Democrats the same access. There's no room for this administration's partisan pettiness when our service members' lives are at stake. Yet that seems to be a trademark of both Hegseth and Trump. I'm calling on Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, and Donald Trump to tell the entire Congress everything they're telling Republicans about the Iran war. Both chambers, both parties. Everything they tell Republicans behind closed doors needs to be shared in public during today's testimony. But I don't need to hear from Hegseth to know just how poorly this war is going. If we truly care about our service members' well-being, we ought to be focused on getting them out of harm's way not on their testosterone levels. We will be forcing another vote this week on our War Powers resolution to bring our troops home and end this war. Senate Republicans, don't let Trump off the hook. The Iran war isn't a game. It's not some trifle Trump, Hegseth, and Rubio can brush under the rug. Trump's reckless war is an absolute catastrophe. It must end, and Republicans should join us in making sure that that happens. So far, crickets from them. Corruption. Every single day, we see a new example of Trump's rampant corruption. Senate Democrats are putting all of Trump's scams under the magnifying glass in the coming weeks, and Trump's new Truth API stands out as one of his most corrupt gifts yet. Every day, there's a new example of these kinds of grifts that Trump gets involved in. Instead of draining the swamp like he promised, Trump has filled it to the brim. Now, look at this. Trump is charging admission. For the low price of $100,000 a month, an investor can turn a profit off early access to Trump's market-moving posts. Trump imposes new tariffs. Subscribers can short their stocks before anyone else. Trump announces a new contract. Subscribers know where to invest. Trump shakes up the Fed. Subscribers get to reposition before the rest of the market blinks. Meanwhile, Trump rakes in hundreds of millions of dollars in subscription fees. Truth API is the exact definition of insider trading. It's textbook pay to play. And this is what Donald Trump spends his time doing. And remember, traders need only a millisecond head start to make a fortune. Just 1 millisecond and they can make a lot of money the way trading works these days. As always, Trump's corruption benefits the rich at the expense of working families. How many American families do you think can afford $100,000 a month to get a leg up in the market? And Trump is doing what he always does, selling out America, American interests, and the American people to the highest bidder. Republicans ought to be up in arms about Truth API and the latest news about Trump's foreign jet. Trump's $400 million Qatari jet is the biggest single bribe an American president has ever accepted in our history. Let me repeat that. Trump's $400 million Qatari jet is the single biggest bribe an American president has ever accepted in history. And I've been warning about this for months. And somehow, the American people still get an invoice. It'll repeatedly cost the taxpayer as much as $1 billion to retrofit Trump's plane for presidential use. We just learned that his luxury jet is grounded until it can be maxed out to meet the same standards as the old Air Force One. Give me a break. Commercial airline tickets costs are up 27% over the last year, and Trump wants the American people to pay to get his airborne palace off the ground. Trump ought to rename the plane Air Farce One. It's not Air Force One, it's Air Farce One. Now on the Benjamin Flowers nomination. The nomination of Benjamin Flowers ought to concern every member of this body. Flowers checks virtually every box the MAGA right expects from its judges. America, this is who Trump's putting on the bench, people far away from what you believe. Flowers has fought against birthright citizenship, against abortion rights, against the results of the 2020 election. What Flowers has fought for is also disturbing. In 2021 in Ohio, Flowers tried to defend a $250,000 cap on damages for a child sex abuse survivor, a cap the Ohio Supreme Court deemed arbitrary and unreasonable. Flowers is also on record saying that a president can simply ignore a court's reasoning when he disagrees with it. Election denial, attacks on reproductive freedom, siding with abusers over survivors, and the president over the Constitution Is this the kind of president Republicans want on one of the highest courts in the land? I urge my colleagues to oppose this nomination. Yield the floor and note the absence of the quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks.
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the American people deserve a government that is fully funded. Last week, the minority leader claimed on this floor that he wants to fund the government and avoid a shutdown. It's time for him to prove it. His record shows just the opposite. The appropriation bills have historically passed with bipartisan votes. Yet when Senator Schumer was majority leader during the Biden years, he blocked every single appropriations bill from coming to this floor. 11 bipartisan appropriation bills that passed out of the committees died in that wastebasket there under the desk of Senator Schumer. When Democrats were in the majority, they literally shut down the entire appropriations process. After the Democrats lost the elections in 2024, they revolted and they shut down the government twice. The two Schumer shutdowns broke records. First, October 2025, Democrats shut down the entire federal government. Lasted 43 days, the longest shutdown in the history of our nation. During the shutdown, Senator Schumer infamously said, "Every day," he said, "gets better for us." Every day didn't get better for the American people all across the country. Federal workers missed paychecks, huge shutdown of TSA, people missed flights, long lines waiting to get to the airports, to get to the flights. Screening lines lasted hours and hours. And then in February of this year, Democrats did it again. They shut down the Department of Homeland Security, and that shutdown lasted 75 days. The shutdown of Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Border Patrol lasted even longer. Democrats voted to defund Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and they voted to defund our Border Patrol. They want wide open borders. Democrats vote to protect illegal immigrant criminals, but don't seem to care about protecting Americans, law-abiding citizens. Democrats have proven their own willingness to disrupt travel, to delay paychecks, and to endanger our national security. And they'll do it when they think it is to their political advantage, not to the advantage of the people of our country. Senator Schumer may have said on the floor that he wants to avoid a shutdown, but his actions signal that Democrats are getting ready to do it again. Just last month, Senator Schumer said shutdowns are, in his words, quote, strategic decisions. Strategic decisions. Democrats already shut down the government twice. A third shutdown would be just as painful for the American people and maybe worse. Democrat shutdowns make life less affordable. They make our communities less safe. The American people deserve better. Senator Susan Collins, the chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee, is working very hard to fix what Senator Schumer has broken. She's working to put bipartisan bills on this floor, working to keep the government open. This is how the appropriations process was designed to work. House Republicans are soon going to vote on a bill that funds the government until after the elections in November. Here in the Senate, Senator Collins continues to lead with integrity, with intelligence, and working in bipartisanship. She has a long and respected record of working on both sides of the aisle. She has presented good faith offers to Democrats. Democrats continue to reject them. They demand more spending on things like these fraud-ridden programs that we have read about. They're threatening to stonewall every single appropriations bill again this year. Democrats are trying to avoid a shutdown, so they say, but they're not trying to avoid a shutdown. They're preparing for another one. Here's what another Democrat shutdown would mean to the American people. Democrat shutdown means longer lines at the airport. Democrat shutdown means our troops miss paychecks. Democrat shutdowns mean TSA agents miss paychecks. Democrat shutdown undermines national security. A Democrat shutdown hurts our veterans. It hurts our seniors. Senator Schumer says he wants to avoid one. Well, time is going to tell. Republicans are focused on funding the government in a serious, timely, and bipartisan way. That's what we're intending to do, Mr. President. We'll see if the Democrats are willing to meet us along the way. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President,
Minority Whip,
are we in a quorum call?
we are.
I ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, those seeking to recoup losses from President Trump's disastrous tariff policies will appear before what's called the Court of International Trade. As is the case with many of President Trump's judicial nominees in his second term, his choice to fill the vacancy on this court, Kara Westerkamp, was tapped because of her obvious loyalty to the president who nominated her, instead of her loyalty to the law. Her offensive, inflammatory, juvenile social media post demonstrates she lacks the independence and the maturity and the temperament to be a judge. Ms. Westerkamp tried to delete her old tweets so we wouldn't see them on the committee. She failed. Our staff was able to recover them. In these tweets, Ms. Westerkamp spread conspiracy theories about the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol and attacked Republicans and Democrats alike for being insufficiently loyal to President Trump. She elevated claims that the January 6th attack was, quote, orchestrated by members of the Senate and members of the Capitol Police. Let me repeat that. In her tweets, she claimed that the January 6th attack on the Capitol, which we all saw the videos of, was, quote, orchestrated by members of the Senate and members of the Capitol Police. So much for the judgment of this would-be judge. I was in this chamber during the counting of electoral votes for the 2020 election. Vice President Pence was sitting where the presiding officer sits today. Members of Congress watched as Secret Service evacuated the vice president. Within minutes, we were told to leave as well because a violent mob of armed insurrectionists intended to prevent the certification of the 2020 presidential election results, which Donald Trump lost by 7 million popular votes. But Ms. Westerkamp dismissed this event entirely. She retweeted a post that read, and I quote, "We're all supposed to be sending thoughts and prayers to traumatized members of Congress whose workday was interrupted for a couple of hours." Mr. President, did you see the video? Did you see the mob? Did you see the damage they did to this U.S. Capitol building? Yes, we left for our lives. The Vice President was spirited out of here by the Secret Service to protect his life. Ms. Westerkamp has also repeatedly attacked Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky for supposedly, quote, betraying President Trump, close quote. She even called Senator McConnell, quote, a modern-day Benedict Arnold. And she repeatedly called him, quote, Cocaine Mitch, close quote, a defamatory nickname used by MAGA critics of Senator McConnell, the Republican senator and former leader from Kentucky. I'm not going to be able to repeat some of the things that she wrote in her tweets. They're just too much. But of the late Senator Lindsey Graham, she wrote, and I quote, true to no one but his own self-preservation, end quote. She crudely called him a name that I can't repeat in the record for not towing the MAGA line. There's much, much more that she had to say about Senator Graham. Ms. Westerkamp accused Senator Collins of Maine of prioritizing her own personal political power over loyalty to President Trump and called for her removal, as well as the removal of Senators Murkowski and Cassidy following their vote on the second impeachment effort against the president. Ms. Westerkamp even posted a sexually explicit image and joke about former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, a post that Ms. Westerkamp herself later described as not safe for work, close quote. Notably, it appears some of her inflammatory, overtly political posts were made while Ms. Westerkamp was on duty, actually, as an attorney at the Department of Justice. She was tweeting away. That would violate federal law. Last week, Leader Thune filed cloture so that we can move more quickly to Ms. Westerkamp's nomination. After you've heard about her background, what do you think as a senator? Despite her disrespectful and inflammatory comments, she is a priority for the other side. It is a disgrace that Senate Republicans are moving forward on this nomination while Senator McConnell is still in the hospital, and so soon after Senator Graham's passing. Judges are chosen for judgment, for character, for maturity, for competence, for independence, and most especially for their temperament. Ms. Westerkamp does not meet that standard. I urge my colleagues to oppose her nomination. Mr. President, on a separate topic, last week the Senate Judiciary Committee held a hearing that I'll never forget. On the second day of Todd Blanche's nomination hearing to be Attorney General of the United States, the committee convened an outside panel of witnesses to discuss his fitness to serve in that office. I invited one of the witnesses. Her name is Danny Bensky, a young woman who is a dance teacher and a mother. She was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. She was sexually abused by him when she was 17 years old. A group of about a dozen Epstein survivors and their loved ones sat behind Danny when she testified. They were urging that the predators responsible for these horrific crimes be held accountable. Their stories are heartbreaking, but instead of helping them, the Trump Justice Department has re-traumatized these survivors with its careless and cavalier attitude. When this administration finally released information pertaining to Epstein's trafficking ring after missing the Epstein Files Transparency Act deadline, many of the survivors' personal identity information became public available. These survivors, who've already suffered unspeakable abuses, were forced to relive their trauma as one of the most painful moments of their lives became public for anyone, including their friends, family, and co-workers, to see. There was a time when the Department of Justice turned 1,000 attorneys loose on the Epstein files to find any references to the president. They were so careful they went through it page by page for millions of pages. And yet when it came time to finally release the files, they were so slipshod and haphazard that they released the identities, the addresses, the telephone numbers, and even photographs of the Epstein victims. The victims of Epstein's abuse attended both days of the hearing to demand accountability from the man who oversaw that botched release of files that put private information on the hotline, Todd Blanche. They wanted the opportunity to speak with him, to tell him their stories, and to push him to hold the predators responsible for their abuse accountable. When I asked Mr. Blanche on Wednesday if he would meet with these brave individuals, he responded with babble about lawyers and regulations. He wouldn't just say, "I'll meet with the victims." It is fortunate that they do the right thing. It took the threat of one Republican senator who said he would not support Blanche's nomination for Attorney General unless he met with the survivors. Then, reluctantly, he did. You would think Mr. Blanche would go out of his way to meet with them, to apologize for the harm he'd caused the victims, for the information that was disclosed, and to present them with a plan for changes going forward to protect victims while pursuing perpetrators. Instead, he arrived at the meeting ready to deny any blame for himself, with little or no concern for the survivors, according to their reports. Those in the room described him as dismissive. They said that speaking with Mr. Blanche was like, quote, beating your head against the wall, close quote. The impression that the victims, upon leaving the meeting, was that Mr. Blanche was only there to check the box for his promotion. Nothing was going to change. Is this a man we want to confirm to be the head of the premier law enforcement agency in America? With Mr. Blanche, it is clear that justice is secondary to loyalty to the president. Under Blanche, hundreds of FBI personnel were directed to troll through those Epstein files to find any mention of the president, but could not exercise the same level of care to ensure victims' information remained protected. When pressed in an interview why more Epstein accomplices had not been charged, Blanche insisted, quote, it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, close quote. Mr. President, survivors deserve more than that type of flip comment. They deserve a DOJ committed to ensuring that it will never happen again. They deserve an Attorney General who treats them with respect and compassion. Mr. Blanche's behavior surrounding the Epstein investigation is just one of the many reasons he should not lead the Department of Justice. I urge my colleagues to oppose his nomination, yield the floor, and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Senator Nebraska.
move to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, people generally in this country, and Nebraskans in particular, expect when they send their elected officials to Washington, D.C., that they are going to serve their communities. Sadly, that belief that we are coming here is undermined by some of our policies that we have here. For example, 80% of Americans believe that Congress does not do a good job of keeping the inside information that we have separate from our finances. Consequently, the approval rating of Congress is about 17%. And it's not just the polling that shows that we've got a problem. So does history. We can look on social media and see that regularly publishing the trades of members of this body is something people try to profit off. In fact, the former speaker's trades were published quite regularly, and as crazy as it sounds, that became a legitimate investment strategy because it was making people money. We also had a former member of the Senate Intelligence Committee who sold about $1.5 million in stock in 2020 that occurred right before the market tanked because of the COVID pandemic. Even the appearance of impropriety undermines the credibility of the House and the Senate. That it gives even if we give the perception that we're using inside information to benefit financially, it undermines the public's trust in our democracy. It may depress people from wanting to vote, keep them home, and it certainly undermines the faith that they have in our institutions. I have a solution. My Stop Insider Trading Act. My Stop Insider Trading Act would go beyond our current disclosure laws. What it would say is that if you become elected to the Congress, or the House or the Senate, that you would not be allowed to buy any more stocks. Now, if you owned it already, you would be allowed to keep those. But if you wanted to sell those, you would have to give 7 to 14 days notice so that the public would be able to see what you intended to do and be able to take appropriate action well ahead of what you would be able to do. So you would not be able to take advantage of any inside information ahead of what the public had. You would not be able to sell until the public knew well in advance. And of course, you'd be prohibited from buying individual stocks as well. My bill also has real teeth in it. A minimum of a $2,000 fine or 10% of the cost of the proceeds. So for example, if you went and sold a stock after getting elected without giving the proper notice and say it was $1 million transaction, you would have to pay a $100,000 fine. In addition, you'd have to forfeit all of the profits. The Stop Insider Trading Act has real teeth in it to back up the policy. By making sure that members of Congress cannot buy stock on inside information and would have to notify the public if they wish to sell any stock well in advance of their actually being able to do that, we can help restore the faith of the American people that we are keeping separate the inside information that we get, for very good reasons, from our finances. Let's be clear. No member of the House or Senate should benefit from inside information. They should not be allowed to profit from that. This is supposed to be about public service. And we need to take steps to restore the credibility with the American people. The Stop Insider Trading Act is the solution to be able to help restore that credibility to let the American people know that we are not financially benefiting from the inside information. It would apply to not only members of the House and Senate, but their spouses and their dependent children as well. The President has called on us to pass the Stop Insider Trading Act. The Vice President, just last week in addressing House Republicans, said we needed to pass the Stop Insider Trading Act. It is time for Congress to act on this important piece of legislation that will help restore people's faith in their institutions. I call on my colleagues to support this bill and send it to the President's desk. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back. And I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
The senator from Wyoming.
Unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
I further ask unanimous consent for the following interns in my office to be granted floor privileges until July 22nd, 2026. Petra Cernicek, Spencer Kilpatrick, Elise Newton, Megan Terrell, Aaron Buhan, did I get that right? Buhans, excuse me, and Isabel Young.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to talk about a bill that at its core asks for something almost embarrassingly simple: that the person registering to vote in an American election is actually an American citizen, and that the person showing up to cast the ballot is actually who they say they are. The SAVE Act does not reinvent our elections. It does not add red tape for the sake of red tape. It asks for documentary proof of citizenship at registration and identification at the ballot box. The same basic verification we already accept without complaint when we board an airplane, open a bank account, or pick up a prescription. If we trust that system to protect a checking account, we should trust it enough to protect the vote. That is not extremism. That is common sense. And it is long past time this chamber treat it that way. This past Saturday, I was riding in the Cheyenne Frontier Days parade alongside Senator Barrasso. Cheyenne is my hometown. It is the world's largest outdoor rodeo, and we have great parades, 4 of them, during the course of the week of the world's largest outdoor rodeo. It is an exceptional tradition in my hometown. So Senator Barrasso and I are riding along the parade route, the same parade route Wyoming has watched for generations. And as we came down the street, I could hear it from my constituents over and over: pass the SAVE Act, Senator, pass the SAVE Act. Not once, not from just one corner of the crowd, all along the parade route. That is not a talking point. That just happened last weekend. That is the people of Wyoming telling us what they want. So I came home from that parade wondering if Wyoming maybe was a little ahead of the country on this. It turns out Wyoming is right where the country already is. And it turns out these constituents aren't just in line with the people of Wyoming, they're in line with the country. The Gallup poll found 84% of U.S. adults requiring photo identification to vote. And that same poll found 83%, just one less, support requiring proof of citizenship for new voter registrants. 83%. That includes 71% of self-identified Democrats. It's an overwhelming majority of independents. Mr. President, in this town, we can't get 83% of anybody to agree on the weather. This is not controversial outside the walls of this building. It has simply become controversial inside them. Would we expect to go to Mexico or Canada and walk into an election booth and have them let us vote in their elections without an ID, without proving we're a Canadian citizen or a Mexican citizen? They would have nothing to do with a process that allowed a U.S. citizen to vote without identification in their elections. No country would. So is the opposition to this bill just another symptom of Trump derangement syndrome, where any policy this administration touches becomes reflexively toxic the moment it reaches this floor? Or do my colleagues across the aisle actually believe it is bad policy for only American citizens to decide American elections? Because really those are, as near as I can tell, the only two explanations on offer. The same is true of protecting girls in women's sports. Gallup has found 69% of Americans believe athletes should compete on teams that match their biological sex. I'm surprised it's not a higher number, but it is 69%. So this is not a fringe position. It is the plainly stated view of most people in this country, arrived at through a basic, widely shared sense of fairness, that girls who train and compete deserve a level playing field where they can compete safely. They don't have to worry about a man who identifies as a woman or as a trans person spiking a volleyball so hard that it does brain damage and causes concussions and lifelong injury to a young high school athlete. We owe that to our female athletes. So Wyoming didn't send me here to just spew political jargon, play politics, because these things are simple. They are timeless. They are understood values. We can't bend and shape thousands of years of common sense with new woke ideology. Wyoming sent me here to conduct myself in a manner that reflects their common sense, their values. So it's time to send the SAVE Act to President Trump's desk. I heard that on the parade route in Cheyenne, Wyoming last weekend, and I hear it on this floor. Mr. Chairman, we need to pass the SAVE Act. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Need to call the roll.
Mr. President,
Senator from Wyoming.
I have 3 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled recess begin immediately.
Without objection. The Senate stands in recess until 2:15. The Senate will come to order.
Mr. President,
Senator from Connecticut.
I understand we are not in a quorum call.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here today with a very straightforward, simple resolution. It's about enforcement. For most of my career, I was an enforcer, a federal prosecutor, United States Attorney for Connecticut, and then Attorney General of the state of Connecticut for 20 years. So I know, we all know, that the law is dead letter if it's not enforced. And there is a very, very profoundly important law, in fact, our Constitution, that needs enforcement. That's the task that brings me to the Senate floor today. I am asking for a resolution to direct the Senate Legal Counsel to bring a civil action in the name of the United States Senate to enforce the Foreign Emoluments Clause contained in Article 1 of the Constitution. This clause states that the President cannot accept any gifts, payments, benefits, or anything else of value from foreign governments unless he receives the consent of Congress. Presidents have uniformly obeyed the Emoluments Clause for all of our illustrious 250 years of existence. The founders thought this clause was central to preserving our nation. Why? Because at the time of our founding, we were a fledgling and struggling nation. Foreign powers like France and England were arrayed against us with potentates and rich business people, powerful adversaries who could corrupt our leaders. And so, specifically in the Constitution, as a matter of our national security, not just to prevent corruption, gift-taking that might violate our sense of morality, but as a matter of the defense of our nation, they inserted the Emoluments Clause that required consent of Congress before the President or any other public official could accept anything of value, whether it be a benefit, an indirect payment, anything of value. And so now, if you are a member of the armed services and you're asked to teach a course in another country and you're paid for it, you need to get permission. It applies to the lowliest of federal officials and the highest. The Emoluments Clause is part of our Constitution. I know a lot about the Emoluments Clause because I sued Donald Trump under the Emoluments Clause during his first term. And we won at the district court level. In fact, we prevailed in that lawsuit, but then we were told that we had no standing. Under the federal laws of procedure, a party in court to successfully invoke the jurisdiction of the federal courts must have what is called standing, which is not just aggrievement, but personal involvement and harm. And the court said, in effect, you are individual members of Congress. There were more than 250 of us, but you're not the body. You're not the Senate. You're not the House of Representatives. Which brings me here today, because I want the United States Senate to take a stand, to stand up against the illegal practices of this president in taking an array of benefits, including payments, literally payments,
in violation of the Emoluments Clause. The Emoluments Clause is dead letter if it's not enforced, and our national security is at risk. President Trump's willingness to use the privileges of his office to enrich himself is well known to Americans, and it seems to have no bounds. Just this month, President Trump's gift from the government of Qatar, a $400 million jet, entered service as an interim Air Force One, but he wants to take that jet and then install it as part of his private library. In fact, he may use it afterward. We don't know. What we do know is costly modifications were required to ensure the installation of multiple top-secret systems to get the plane flight ready, and now it has to go back for more work because, in fact, the security system right now is inadequate. But we know taxpayers are going to foot the bill, a benefit to the president, probably in excess of $1 billion. That jet barely scratches the surface of emoluments going to President Trump. In 2025, President Trump and his son took about $500 million for a 49% stake in the Trump family crypto business, World Liberty Financial, invested by the MGX Fund Management Limited, which is an investment firm in turn backed by a UAE sovereign wealth fund, at the initiative of Sheikh Chanoun, the UAE's national security advisor, and the brother of the UAE's president. In other words, an investment by the UAE wealth fund controlled by the ruling family of the UAE for 49% in World Liberty Financial, $500 million. And then, magically, President Trump approved sales of $1.4 million in military equipment for the UAE. And in addition, the sale of highly sophisticated advanced chips necessary for the UAE to build a data center that could rival ours in the United States. Our national security compromised as a result of payments to World Liberty Financial, the Trump and, by the way, Witkoff family crypto business. This kind of self-enrichment, which has made a very wealthy Donald Trump even wealthier. He made $2 billion last year, $2 billion in income, $1.4 billion of it from crypto, is not only offensive as a matter of self-enrichment, but it is a threat to our national security, exactly the same kind of threat that our founders sought to prevent as a result of the Emoluments Clause. Not only has President Trump violated flagrantly the Emoluments Clause, but he's effectively slapped a for sale sign on the door of the Oval Office. He accepted a gold-plated desk clock and engraved Guild Bar as gifts from Swiss business executives before slashing Switzerland's tariff rate. He hosted a private gala dinner featuring a tour of the White House to reward top buyers of the Trump cryptocurrency meme coin. Attendees of that dinner included Chinese billionaires, CEOs, and investors with ties to the Chinese Communist Party. The American president is supposed to work for us, for the American people, for everyday Americans, not for his own self-enrichment. And that is what the Emoluments Clause is really supposed to guarantee, that the President of the United States works for the United States, not for himself. As I mentioned, I tried to enforce the Emoluments Clause myself by filing a lawsuit on June 14, 2017. The United States Court for the District of Columbia held that we didn't have standing. I disagree. I think we do have standing under the law, but I respect the court's judgment, and so we are charting this path forward. This resolution is necessary now to give the Senate the ability to hold President Trump accountable on behalf of the American people, to go to court and have our day before a judge who will assess the facts of this case and second-guess me or any of us and rule and uphold the rule of law. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution to restore the dignity of the executive office and to assure enforcement of the Constitution of the United States of America. And so, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-Res 807, and that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. Mr. President, at a time when we're seeing the Democrat Party embrace the hellish evils of socialism and ideologies that hate the founding ideals of America, Democrats are hoping to pass a resolution to direct this chamber to sue the President of the United States on a very false premise. The Emoluments Clause reads, quote, "No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States." I don't think that's happening. "And no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, accept of any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatsoever from any king, prince, or foreign state." Now, the obvious answer is that these accusations by my colleague do not support the constitutional threshold of an emolument. And my Democrat colleagues are just playing politics. This resolution seeks to authorize litigation rather than legislate. This issue has already been litigated, and as my colleague said, they lost. The Democrats just don't like the answer. Now, the president isn't taking a plane or any gifts for personal use. And the United States has long accepted diplomatic gifts pursuant to federal law, with such gifts generally becoming property of the United States rather than any individual office holder. And what's going on here is Democrats are putting their hatred for President Trump before the law. But aside from the obvious facts, this is the agenda Democrats want from this chamber. They don't want to fund government. They want to shut it down. They walked away from government funding negotiations. They don't want to secure elections. They want systematic fraud because it benefits their elected incumbents. The Department of Homeland Security just found 278,000 non-citizens on voter rolls for federal elections. Are Democrats talking about that? Just last week, President Trump exposed foreign adversaries like China and Cuba for interfering in our elections. Did my Democrat colleagues talk about that? Leader Schumer responded to facts about voter fraud by declaring the Save America Act on an election security bill. Even though Democrats, Republicans, Independents all across the country believe in it, he said it's dead on arrival. Unfortunately, my Democrat colleagues don't want fixes. They want to ignore the fraud because it benefits them. They're trying to distract the American people with platitudes while they defraud them of their vote. Have you looked at what Olive Garden's doing? Okay, you can buy a pasta pass, an unlimited pasta pass, But guess what you have to do? You have to show an ID. So Olive Garden has a voter ID, but my Democrat colleagues don't want to do it for federal elections. This bill proves that the Democrats' goal right now is to attack President Trump instead of fixing problems Americans expect us to deal with. They don't want to reduce the cost of living, lower inflation, balance the budget, but they do want to tax working Americans so they can spend more of it on special interests and run bigger deficits. Are we spending $2 trillion in deficits? They want to use the Senate's time, the precious time we have, to attack President Trump by twisting the words of the Constitution. The resolution is moot. The accusation is purely political. We all know it's political. It's a waste of time. And this chamber only works 2.5 days a week. I think we need to spend every time doing something like pass the Save America Act, fund our government, lower the debt, lower the deficit. Unfortunately, my Democrat colleagues aren't coming to the table. Why don't we spend some time on real issues rather than attacking the president? For those reasons, Mr. President, I object to the passage of this resolution and hope my colleagues can reject the anti-American socialists capturing the Democrat Party before it's too late for all of us. I yield back.
Objection is heard. Senator from Ohio.
Mr. President, I have one additional request for a committee to meet during today's session of the Senate. It has the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary year of achievement by Ohio's own Denison University. Now, everyone knows Denison to be a great academic institution, but all of a sudden it's become a great athletic institution. In the 2025-26 academic year, Denison student athletes delivered one of the most successful seasons in school history, capturing four, you heard that right, 4 NCAA Division III national titles and bringing great pride to the university community, alumni, and entire state of Ohio. I am joined in this chamber by members of all 4 national championship winning coaches, players, and families. And so, welcome to the U.S. Senate. We're honored to have you with us today. We had the chance to join President Trump this morning at the White House to celebrate their accomplishments, and I wanted to take a couple of minutes to honor them on the Senate floor. We'll start with the most recent champion, the men's baseball team. In early June, Denison's men's baseball team won the program's first ever NCAA Division III national championship, defeating Endicott College in a 4-3 thriller, 10-inning walk-off victory. The Big Red completed a historic season with 51-3 record. That's right, 51-3 record in baseball is amazing. Almost unprecedented, and they held the #1 ranking from the start of the season to the finish. Hard to go wire to wire, so hard to go wire to wire. And under the leadership of Coach Mike Deegan, the team demonstrated excellence throughout the season, as I noted. Now, this was a team effort. It was a 3-game series in the finals. Denison won game 1. And then, game 2, they lost a 10-inning, 11-10 battle. So hard to come back in game 3 after being so close to clinching it in game 2. But they won a decisive game 3, 4-3 in the bottom of the 10th inning. Cherish the memory to the Denison baseball team, because you will unlikely ever have a more thrilling experience than winning the national championship in the 10th inning in a walk-off situation. Great fun. Great fun. And Cade Nowick was named the outstanding player of the NCAA championship after a dominant postseason performance, including a game in which he recorded 3 home runs and 7 RBIs. Pretty impressive. But I know every national championship team will always say it's team effort. Everybody from the lowest man on the roster to the top, they all matter when you win a championship. Everybody contributes to that cause. Congratulations to these outstanding student athletes on an unforgettable season and a well-earned national title. Let me go on next to the men's swimming and diving team. In March, Denison's men's swimming and diving team captured its 2nd consecutive NCAA Division III national championship and 7th national title in program history. The Big Red finished with 437 points, nearly 49 points ahead of the 2nd-place team, marking their 3rd time in program history that Denison has won back-to-back NCAA championships. That right there is a tradition of excellence. The program also swept the major awards presented by the College Swimming and Diving Coaches Association for America, as you would expect from a dominant championship team that they had. Greg Perini was named the Coach of the Year. First-year diving coach Kai Robinson earned the Men's Diving Coach of the Year honors, and Jack Hill and Nick Fogel were recognized as Swimmer and Diver of the Year. That's what you call a clean sweep right there, folks. Congratulations. These student athletes have represented Ohio and Denison with excellence, and I congratulate them and their coaches and their families. What a remarkable accomplishment. Pretty amazing. So we've got through 2 of the national championships. Let's move to the 3rd. And that's men's doubles tennis. Denison's men's tennis added another national title when Ethan Green and Cale Shaw captured the NCAA Division III men's doubles national championship. The duo concluded the season with an impressive 24-6 record and secured the first national or NCAA championship in program history. Amazing. Congratulations, guys. Their achievement also capped an extraordinary collegiate careers. Ethan Green finished with the most doubles victories and combined victories in program history, while Cale Shaw concluded his career 2nd all-time in both categories. Congratulations, Ethan and Cale, for your entire Denison's men's tennis program on your historic accomplishment. Now, on to women's basketball. And this perhaps is the most unexpected national championship at Denison. The women's basketball program completed a dominant 30-2 season, although at the beginning of the season, no one predicted that level of success. They captured the program's first NCAA Division III national championship. Led by head coach Maureen Hurt, the Big Red defeated the University of Scranton 55-41 in the national championship game to secure the title. And I understand that this team's character came through because they were dominant defensively, pressing the whole game, creating turnovers and chaos for the other team, led to a dominant victory. You don't win national championship games 55-41 without being dominant as a defensive team. This championship reflects dedication, discipline, and determination displayed by these student athletes throughout the season. It takes a lot to go 30-2. Congratulations to the team, their coaches, and their families on this historic victory. Now, the reason that this brings back some special memories for me is because I, too, as a senior at the University of Dayton, won a Division III national championship, although it was in football. And brings back wonderful memories because it's very rare in life that you can close out an athletic career and walk off a champion. So I hope you'll cherish it. To all the Denison student athletes, it's a special, special thing. And in this era of NIL, it's also great to see people who excel in excellence for the love of the game, just because they're competitors at heart. They love their sport and they compete. And this is the interesting thing about a Division III athlete. No one pays them to be up at 6 a.m. when they don't want to be, to bust their butts, to excel in the weight room, on the field, running, conditioning, whatever it might be. No one makes them do it. They do it for the love of the game. They sacrifice when other friends may be out having fun in the evenings or on the weekends. They sacrifice. They embrace the grind because they want to be a champion. You have to be willing to sacrifice and dedicate yourself to your craft if you want to be a champion, if you want to be a winner, if you want to be excellent. And that's why it was so great to be with these young men and women earlier today, because I know they have made the investment and they have reaped the reward of that investment. And it will carry them much further than just the athletic field, the court, the pool. It will carry them on into life. They will be winners. They will be winners for their family. They will be winners for their community. They will be winners for their state and winners for their nation. That's why I think it's so important that we preserve the integrity of college athletics, that we continue to offer these great opportunities for student athletes to earn the resilience, to refine the resilience and the character that it takes to be successful in athletic competition, because that translates into life success. And so, Mr. President, these Ohio student athletes have made our state proud through their hard work, perseverance, and commitment to excellence. Their accomplishments serve as a reminder of what what can be achieved when you're willing to pay the price of teamwork, discipline, and determination. I am grateful for the opportunity to recognize these remarkable student athletes, Denison University, and what they all stand for. On behalf of the people of Ohio, congratulations on an extraordinary year. I wish them continued success in the years ahead. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Iowa.
With recent political victories in Democrat primaries in Colorado, New York, Pennsylvania, and elsewhere by socialists, I wanted to spend some time with my colleagues sharing the failed results that we've witnessed throughout history under socialism regimes. And if any of my colleagues consider themselves Democrat socialists, I'd like their attention. The expansion of candidates and people who want to institute socialism in the United States is very concerning. What they desire is going to destroy everything America has stood for. The recent trend toward socialism in the Democratic Party, frankly, surprises me. It ought to make every traditional Democrat worry about the trend of their party and be a warning for all of us. I'm glad some Democrats share this concern. As Democrat pollster Mark Penn wrote in the Wall Street Journal, Democrats could take a playbook out of the 1947 effort by Eleanor Roosevelt and Hubert Humphrey, recently reported in the Washington Post. Socialism is a failed ideology and experiment. It claims to focus on the good of society as a whole over the rights of individuals. This is in contrast to America's founding principles. Socialism, whether it's the revolutionary kind or the democratic kind, is aimed at government ownership of industry and the elimination of private property. Countries that have adopted socialism have found themselves less prosperous, even witnessing starvation and economic ruin, followed by lawlessness and corruption. The only people that benefit from it are the people in the political system. Socialist countries have also seen private property confiscated and constitutional rights taken away from the people. Recently, there's a group of socialists called Democratic Socialists that have won Democrat Party primaries. Where I sit, socialism is still socialism. They may think that calling themselves democratic somehow would cancel out all of the negatives of socialism, but they want to bring about the same negative outcomes that will produce less prosperity and less freedom. Example after example in history backs up my point. In 2021, I spoke here on the Senate floor about Sweden's experiment with socialism. I encouraged my colleagues back then in 2021 to go back and read that speech. In case they don't have time, I would summarize it right now. In the 1950s, Sweden gained newfound wealth and economic freedom. Then it started to adopt socialist policies. During Sweden's experiment with socialism between the 1960s and the 1980s, it experienced short-lived prosperity, massive government spending and taxation, and a highly regulated economy that eventually came crashing down. During that time, not a single net job was created in Sweden's private sector, and inflation took away almost all of the value of any wage increases. Sweden's socialist policies killed off its wealth creation that needed to fund all of that government spending. By the 1990s, Sweden realized its mistake and reversed course, and its left-wing Swedish Social Democrats recognized their mistake as well. According to a White House Council of Economic Advisors report, if the United States had moved towards Nordic country-style policies in the 1970s, by 2018, America's GDP would be at least 19% smaller, coming out to about $11,000 fewer dollars of wealth per person here in the United States. We can learn a lot from Sweden, so we don't go down the dead-end road called socialism. We can also learn a lot from Cuba's experience moving from freedom to socialism. That happened in 1959. Cuba's standard of living over the past 50 years has been destroyed. Again, in 1959, after Fidel Castro came to power, the Cuban government took away private property and established price controls. This led to food shortages, and you can see that on our own television being a problem today in Cuba. Castro's regime even killed political opposition. Decades of socialism meant that by the 2000s, Cuba lacked basic infrastructure and reliable energy. A 2005 report found, quote, instead of blackouts, Cubans jokingly referred to periods when electricity was available as lights in. That energy crisis continues today, and you see it reported on American television. Cuba's story under socialism can be summed up by Margaret Thatcher's words when she was Prime Minister of Great Britain. She said, quote, "The problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money," end of quote. Not everyone in Cuba has suffered. Its dictators have taken care of themselves. If Sweden and Cuba aren't enough reasons why socialism has failed as an idea, let's take a look at Venezuela. In 1998, socialist Hugo Chavez became president of Venezuela. At the time, Venezuela was the richest country in South America, and now it is one of the poorest. One of Chavez's first actions was to nationalize the agricultural sector and rob landowners of their property. Food production fell 75% over 2 decades. Chavez went on to nationalize other parts of the economy, including electricity, water, oil, banks, supermarkets, construction, and other parts. He did this all while also expanding the welfare state with money that the country didn't have. Not only is the country poorer, but it's also been ruled by brutal dictators under Chavez and Nicolas Maduro, and riddled with corruption. One analysis about Venezuela's experience with socialism put it this way, quote, "So, what are the results of socialism in Venezuela? Well, we've experienced hyperinflation. We have people eating garbage, schools that do not teach, hospitals that do not heal, long and humiliating lines to buy flour, bread, and basic medicines," end of quote. So, history is very clear. Economic freedom is a ticket to broad prosperity. Today's American socialists espouse more than just economic ruin and fewer freedoms. They want less law and order by abolishing ICE, defunding the police, and emptying out our prisons. Don't take my word for it. Just look at the agenda of some of the recent people who won Democrat primaries in New York City. The Democratic Socialist platform also wants to defund the Department of Defense, get rid of the U.S. Senate, and draft a new constitution. Other countries that tried socialism have failed. Socialist ideas and candidates offer failed ideas. We should not forget what history has taught us. Or as George Santayana once said almost 100 years ago, if you don't learn from history, you're going to repeat the same mistakes. The United States was founded on principles of individual liberty, and unalienable natural rights, with the government's primary function being to preserve those rights and prevent fellow citizens or attacks by foreign powers from violating our constitutional rights. Americans have been reluctant to grant too much power to the government since the very beginning. Ultimately, free markets have helped America become the richest country in the world and have lifted more people from poverty than anything else in human history. I yield.
I recognize the senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today with a very simple request. I'm asking that the Senate speak with a unanimous voice in condemning one of the worst acts of judicial misconduct we have seen in years. Judge Eleanor Ross has been a district judge in the Northern District of Georgia for over a decade, and it's clear that she engaged in conduct that falls beneath the dignity of her high office in the federal judiciary. After a courageous law clerk came forward, a special committee on the 11th Circuit was appointed and ultimately made several deeply disturbing findings. First, based on testimony from Judge Ross's law clerks, the committee found that over the course of 2 years, Judge Ross engaged in a sexual relationship with a high-ranking official of the Atlanta Police Department. This conduct occurred in her judicial chambers during normal business hours within earshot of her law clerks. Now think about that. On top of that, the Atlanta Police Department, in the words of the special committee, undoubtedly was involved in numerous criminal and civil cases being litigated in the Northern District, underscoring how reckless the judge's misconduct truly was. Not only did this misconduct create the possibility of an appearance of impropriety, an affair like this also exposed Judge Ross to the possibility of extortion and blackmail, as the special committee noted. In addition to this egregious behavior in her chambers, the special committee also found an equally disturbing act of judicial misconduct, making false statements material to the committee's investigation. Judge Ross told the 11th Circuit's chief judge that she, and I quote, never engaged in sexual intercourse in her office nor anywhere else in the courthouse, end quote, and that she was, and I quote again, astounded and confused, end quote, to be accused of this misconduct. Now, based on the committee's findings, we know that Judge Ross's statements to Chief Judge Pryor were patently false. They were knowingly false. We also know that it took Judge Ross nearly 2 weeks to retract the false statements. By the time she finally backtracked, the special committee had already collected substantial evidence that proved Judge Ross had made false statements. In short, once Judge Ross realized where the investigation was going, she decided to retract her false statements and admit to the misconduct allegations. The Judicial Code of Conduct explicitly prohibits the type of conduct that Judge Ross engaged in. Specifically, Canon 2 states that a judge should avoid impropriety and the appearance of impropriety in all activities. Canon 2A states that a judge should act at all times in a manner that promotes public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary. And commentary to Canon 2A states, and I'm quoting, public confidence in the judiciary is eroded by irresponsible or improper conduct by judges, including harassment and other inappropriate workplace behavior. The committee's findings, which I've just outlined, show that Judge Ross blatantly violated all 3 of these judicial canons. Now, Mr. President, I want to be clear. What I have just outlined is all that my resolution is asking that the Senate condemn. We're condemning this inappropriate sexual misconduct by a sitting federal judge, and we're condemning her subsequent lying about that misconduct. That's it. I do not want to, and I do want to note for the record that there was misconduct in the 11th Circuit report that I have not included in the resolution. The committee included in its misconduct findings that Judge Ross attended a political function for DA Fani Willis. I find it unconscionable for a sitting federal judge to have attended a partisan event with a district attorney who weaponized the judicial system in the way that Fani Willis did. I also firmly believe that Judge Ross, by lying to Chief Judge Pryor during the course of the 11th Circuit's investigation, committed an impeachable offense, and I fully support the House's impeachment efforts. But, Mr. President, I have not included those aspects in my resolution that I'm about to ask unanimous consent for. And the reason why, as I mentioned at the outset, I believe the Senate should speak with one voice and unanimously condemn Judge Ross's conduct. And I don't want to give my Democrat colleagues any reason to object to this resolution. So what I'm asking unanimous consent for is simple: a condemnation of Judge Ross's sexual misconduct and subsequent lying during the course of a judicial investigation. The American people deserve federal judges who uphold the highest standards of integrity and professionalism on the bench, not those who turn their chambers into a venue for extramarital affairs. There is no reason any member of this body should object to that resolution today. With that, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S. Res. 808, which is at the desk. I further ask that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, reserving the right to object.
I recognize the senator from Illinois.
You've heard her lay out the case, the wrongdoing by a judge, and ask for the Senate to take action to condemn that conduct. Seems pretty straightforward, doesn't it? Turns out it would be the first time in the history of the Senate that we do something like this. We asked the Congressional Research Service, is there any Senate precedent for what the senator from Tennessee is doing? They responded, there is no Senate precedent for either introducing or passing a Senate resolution condemning a judge's illegal misconduct. What? Out of thousands of judges in the United States at the federal level, surely in history someone has done something wrong that should be condemned, but it's never been done. Well, it gets down to some basic elements of constitutional law. You start with this, the Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the United States says that in Article 1, Section 2, the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment. Removal of office, sole power of impeachment is in the House of Representatives, not in the Senate. So why is that stopping us from this condemnation? Well, let me explain. Under the Constitution, Congress does not respond to judicial misconduct in the form of a Senate resolution. It never has. It is the responsibility of the House of Representatives, specifically the House Judiciary Committee, to investigate allegations of misconduct and consider the next steps, including impeachment. But here's the critical element. Who's the jury? Where's the trial? It's right here. After someone's been impeached in the House of Representatives, for example, a president, the case comes to the Senate for trial. I've sat through at least 3 of those, maybe more. So we are juries. The United States Senate is a jury. What does the Constitution, again, tell us when it comes to the role of the Senate? The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. No question about that. If the House is impeached, it's our job to decide whether we agree or not. It takes an extraordinary vote to impeach. And also, let me make clear, this is critical. When sitting for that purpose, they shall be on oath or affirmation. That's pretty high standard, isn't it? You have to swear that what you're doing is constitutional or to the best of your ability. So it's an awesome responsibility. We sit like juries in criminal courts and civil courts across the United States, and we make bottom line decisions as to whether the House impeachment shall be sustained. So the action starts in the House. If they vote to impeach, it comes to the Senate. The Senate sits as a jury and decides whether or not the impeachment goes through. And that's why this resolution needs to be defeated. Senators serve as jurors in impeachment matters. Passing this resolution calling on the Senate to condemn this judge before there's been any effort at impeachment in the House of Representatives is going to do what they call taint the jury. We would have already taken a position on the case as to who's right and who's wrong. You can't do that. Voir dire in a courtroom is a judge asking the basic question of potential jurors, do you have any prejudice against this case that stops you from finding the truth? And people say, I don't. I have an open mind. I'll listen to the evidence and the law. Well, what the senator from Tennessee wants us to do is to taint the jury, to get us on record before the House has any impeachment activity and before we sit as a jury as to how we're going to rule. That's why it's never been tried before on the floor of the United States Senate. I also note the resolution contains multiple material inconsistencies with what the 11th Circuit found during its investigation of Judge Ross's misconduct. This underscores that the Senate has not engaged prior to the introduction of this resolution in its own investigation or fact-finding. The only fact-finding we have is from one senator in Tennessee. According to the Congressional Research Service, there is no precedent for the Senate adopting a resolution condemning alleged judicial misconduct. The Senate has never done this before. We should not establish a new precedent here, especially when it could turn the jury pool, the Senate, and later could taint the jury pool in the Senate later considering the articles of impeachment if that ever happens. It would also open the door to Senate resolutions about other instances of judicial misconduct. We must have the highest standards for federal judges, and the alleged conduct in this case is inappropriate, unacceptable, perhaps even indefensible. But the Constitution is clear. It is a matter for the House to consider at this point rather than the Senate. For these reasons, I object.
Mr. President.
The objection is heard. The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's clear what Senator Durbin is doing today. He is seeking to protect a Democrat-appointed judge appointed under President Obama and trying to distract from her clear misconduct. Now, at the Senate Judiciary Committee, we have the responsibility of advice and consent. We have the responsibility of oversight. And one thing I will note, I think the senator has misunderstood the resolution. It is not an impeachment resolution. It does not call for an impeachment. It explicitly points to the information in the 11th Circuit's Special Committee report and pulls directly from that report what occurred in Judge Ross's chambers, and therefore there needs to be a condemnation of this activity. Passing this would have the Senate speak with a unanimous voice against this activity, and I would have encouraged my colleagues to pass the resolution and to make clear that this conduct falls far beneath the high standards that we should be holding the federal judiciary to every single day. And it is clear the Senate Democrats are not interested in that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, we are not judging by this action of objecting the conduct of this judge. That is not for us to judge. Under the Constitution, it is clear. That will be a decision by the House of Representatives and maybe ultimately by the Senate. There's a reason why this has never been done on the floor of the United States Senate, and the senator from Tennessee ignores that reality. It has never been done because it would taint the jury pool if there was ever an impeachment action against this judge. That's why I objected, and I yield the floor.
Before I start, let me offer you my best wishes for a very, very happy birthday. I might regale you with singing happy birthday.
Order.
But I have a terrible singing voice, and so I will spare the Senate the embarrassment of that particular performance. I'm here today because there's a simple fact that climate change is real. Earlier this year, I came to the floor and asked my colleagues to agree on that simple, known scientific fact. Well, they could not. So I returned to the floor several times in hopes that my Republican colleagues could at least agree to some of the simple truths that make up the bigger picture of the reality of climate change. I asked if we could agree that oceans are warming, that sea levels are rising, or that the economic harms of climate change are already beginning to hit and will only get worse going forward. Every time, Republicans objected. I do, however, persist. Today's simple truth is this: climate change portends a cascade of financial market collapses that could destabilize the national and global economies. My question today is, can we all agree on that? Well, here is my evidence. We know that climate change makes many natural disasters more frequent and, or, could be either, more extreme, including hurricanes, floods, and wildfires. the same wildfires that blanketed much of the Midwest, Northeast, and Mid-Atlantic in smoke just last week, resulting in American cities like Chicago, Detroit, New York, and Washington having the worst air quality in the world, worse than cities in India, worse than cities in China. We know that these disasters are expensive. Between 1980 and today, U.S. losses from billion-dollar climate disasters totaled over $3.1 trillion, adjusted for inflation. $3.1 trillion lost to Americans. And of course, that only accounts for the 431 disasters that cost over $1 billion each. There are plenty more harms beyond that $3.1 trillion. The trend is projected to continue. Modelers for Deloitte, the corporate consultancy, project that unchecked climate change could cost the global economy $178 trillion US dollars in the period between 2021 and 2070. The US economy is in here as a $36 trillion hit in net present value across that half-century span. Deloitte's modelers also predict a global GDP decrease of around 7.6% by 2070. Other financial experts have warned that worldwide GDP per capita, GDP divided by population, could decline by close to 20% within the next 3 decades. Indeed, in 2023, the now Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, who had previously served as the governor of the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England, testified before the Senate Budget Committee that, and I'll quote him here, estimates suggest that over the balance of this century, climate change could reduce the level of global GDP per capita by 10 to 20% without efforts to limit warming, the equivalent of a decade of no economic growth. He said similar estimates have been found for the United States, very like Deloitte's projection for the Americas. So that's climate risk. Now let's look at what it means for financial risk. An international network of major banks and bank supervisors, including the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the Deutsche Bundesbank, and the Bank of England, use this illustration about how climate risk hits financial risk. The direct economic impacts include tanking property values and lower household wealth. Tanking property values and lower household wealth then snowball from individual and family impacts into systemic impacts to the financial system at large. This means that climate change could ultimately cause the next systemic financial crisis. Financial experts all over the world agree. Dr. Benjamin Keyes, professor of finance at the Wharton School, testified before the Senate Budget Committee as follows. Climate risk is simultaneously inducing heightened risk of flood, storm damage, chronic inundation, drought, excessive heat, and wildfires. There is no avoiding the fact that the increasing risk of large global loss events will mean higher costs for consumers. Dr. Sean Piketty, former chief economist at the mortgage giant Freddie Mac, warned of rising sea levels and flooding, triggering large-scale destruction of coastal property values, resulting in an economic shock akin to the 2008 financial crisis, and with no expectation that the assets would recover their value. Those warnings of Dr. Piketty were based only on the risks of what he called coastal property value crash, not on the growing wildfire threat that is creating a similar insurance death spiral out west. Specifically, as Dr. Bacchetti testified, you look at the housing crisis of 2007, 2008, it was a long time before property values came back, but they did come back. This is a different type of dynamic where property values are probably physically not able to come back. So this is equity that's lost forever. It's extremely difficult to estimate nationally. I'm not sure I have enough zeros to do it. Fed Chair Jerome Powell testified before the Senate Banking Committee in this Congress that in 10 to 15 years it will be impossible to get insurance or a mortgage in certain coastal and fire-prone regions of the country. Imagine what happens to the economy in a region in which insurance and mortgages are no longer available. It's global as well. The International Financial Stability Board has warned of the cascade of harms from rising climate risk to increased insurance premiums and reduced coverage, to market withdrawal of insurance, causing a danger of mortgage crises and bank insolvencies. The warning to the international banking system: buckle up. The Economist magazine described a possible $25 trillion hit to global real estate markets. That's the kind of thing that is bad for bank solvency and that attracted the attention of the International Financial Stability Board. While these impacts are global, they will hit home. As Dr. Bill Frist, former Republican Senate Majority Leader, testified, climate change is an economic issue. It affects individuals, families, and businesses of all sizes. The fallout from climate change, from increased droughts and flooding to hotter temperatures and rising sea levels, costs the United States billions of dollars every year. Just yesterday, this article, which I asked unanimous consent to append to my remarks, from Alastair Marsh, entitled "Pension Funds Try to Come to Grips with the Scariest Global Warming Scenario" in Bloomberg News, quotes an investment research chief at the $300 billion UK retirement assets corporation Standard Life, a company that's been around for 200 years. Any investors not thinking seriously about such risks by mid-2028 would, quote, really be out of the mainstream. This is a mainstream concern. And closer to home, JP Morgan has described the impact of any single climate tipping point, and we are approaching several, any single tipping point being breached as, quote, highly consequential for investors. We are not helpless in the face of these warnings. Financial experts and banks who look at this professionally agree that adjusting to our climate reality by organizing an early and orderly transition to a low-carbon economy will avoid costly shocks to the system when a transition away from fossil fuel-related assets becomes necessary. It's a little bit like landing a plane. If you do it gradually, it's much safer and smoother. If you crash, it can be pretty painful. So this is a simple truth. It's well documented. We have been warned and warned and warned. Unchecked climate change will cascade into danger to the national and global economy. So I ask, can we all agree on that? And as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I therefore ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Senate Resolution 557. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Senator from Ohio.
Reserving the right to object, let me say a few things. One, resolutions like this sound very much mild. It actually just is a bunch of words that basically just says, resolve that the Senate recognizes unchecked climate change poses severe risk to national and global economies. Seems, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with saying something like that? So, Madam President, let me explain where these kind of ideas go. When the Democrats had control of the White House, the House of Representatives, and the Senate, they had the opportunity to help working Americans, the people who work every day to build this country, the middle class that all of us should be advocating for, the very people that the New England Democrats that I once knew, JFK, et cetera, would have made their entire party platform about helping working Americans. Instead, what did they do? They betrayed working Americans with a wide open border that lowered and suppressed wages. They passed electric vehicle subsidies. Let me walk you through exactly what the Democrats did, taking this kind of resolution to the max. They passed a subsidy that gave multi-millionaires the ability to get $7,500 of taxpayer money to lease a luxury imported vehicle. 250,000 of the wealthiest Americans got $7,500 each to lease a luxury electric vehicle because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle thought that somehow that would solve the issue of climate change. Not one single Democrat has ever answered the question, why on earth would you have possibly put forward horrific public policy like that? Number two, if you notice the senator from Rhode Island's presentation, there wasn't a single time he mentioned the largest polluter on earth, who happens to be the People's Republic of China. We have been enabling the Chinese economy for decades. It was this body that normalized relations with China in 2000 that allowed them to come into the World Trade Organization and systematically pollute the planet. They are building coal facilities every week, while the Democrats, when they had control of government, were shutting them down. You could describe what was just discussed as an absolute China first policy. America last, China first. 1/3 of all global pollution comes from China, and yet my colleague comes up here to talk about climate change and doesn't say a single word about that country. In fact, continues to espouse policies that enable the Chinese. For example, the aforementioned electric vehicle subsidies, most of those batteries that were in those electric vehicles came from Chinese battery manufacturers, made with slave labor, using power derived from the very carbon emissions that you denounce. You live in a state that derives its electricity from the worst possible carbon footprint. You have electricity that comes over from Canada, propane, delivered on diesel trucks, because you refuse to build a pipeline from my state where we can give you clean natural gas that would reduce carbon emissions. The hypocrisy goes on and on. Then let's talk about recent events. My colleague, I've heard him, because I sit where you sit, Mr. President, periodically, say the same thing many, many times in my 18 months that I've been here. Talks about electric vehicles. We got to get off internal combustion engines, big policy of the Democrat Party. Mr. President, let me give you a little statistic on automobiles. If you took every single automobile off of the roads of America, nobody could drive a car for 12 months. That's nuts. I would suggest that's bad public policy, but follow me on that one. No automobiles on American roads for 12 months. The amount of carbon emission that has polluted mostly the Midwest over the last 2 weeks because of mismanagement of Canada's forest is equivalent to an entire year of carbon emissions from automobiles. Yet, my colleague has not once called into question the fact that the Canadians do not allow our firefighters to go into their country to help, that they've mismanaged the way they coordinate these fire responses. They don't have a central entity to control it. No comment on the fact that millions of people in my state have been absolutely poisoned with carbon pollution coming from Canada. But what does he want? He wants our industries to be collapsed, our industries to be held to a different standard, not one word from China, and espousing policies like this electric vehicle subsidy for the richest Americans. While at the same time, there's people flying around in private jets to global conferences to talk about climate change. Spare me the hypocrisy. And for all those reasons, and many, many more, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President,
Senator from Rhode Island.
I'm not going to go through a rebuttal of the factual misstatements which we've just been treated, but I will add I have objections to the IRA bill as well. We can all have objections to parts of the IRA. But the fact is that fossil fuel emissions continue to cause harm. They continue to cause danger. And the warnings that I've described are now very real. We can do nothing about it, and that's been the plan in the Senate ever since Citizens United dialed up the fossil fuels industry to influence us with dark money. But if we are going to do something about it, we must start somewhere. And I would recommend that we start with some really simple facts, like the ones that I brought to the Senate floor just now. These are serious warnings. Senators who wish to change the subject or distract us or prevent us from responding in any way to these serious warnings, well, that's everybody's choice. But I do think these warnings are serious enough that they merit attention. So if you don't like my suggestion, let's do something different. But let's just not sit here and do nothing. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Move off of the vigorous debate between my two friends on a topic that I think actually is of equal importance. Mr. President, for most of the last decade, conversations about artificial intelligence were largely conversations about the future. But today, they're conversations about the present. AI is already changing how we work, how we learn, how we defend ourselves, how businesses compete, and candidly, how Americans live their daily lives. AI is writing software, discovering drugs, managing supply chains, helping defend our networks. It's already reshaping the economy, the workplace, and our national security. The question is no longer whether artificial intelligence will transform our society. The question is whether Congress will help shape that transformation or spend the next decade scrambling to catch up after the fact. Now, I've spent a lot of time on this issue over the last several years. Before entering public service, I spent my career in technology. I remain convinced that AI has enormous potential to improve lives, accelerate scientific discovery, strengthen our economy, and help America compete. And I share the concern of many Americans that the impacts of this technology on our country, on our culture, could also, if we don't get it right, be catastrophic. Let's start with being honest with each other. We're not going to put this genie back in the bottle. And the amount of disruption this technology will bring over the next 5 years is beyond jaw-dropping. I believe that Congress made a similar mistake once before. We largely stood on the sidelines as social media reshaped our politics, our economy, our kids. We waited until the problems became so obvious before we began asking whether there should have been some rules of the road put in place first. We cannot afford to make that same mistake again. That's why today I'm introducing a legislative agenda, a series of bills built around 4 simple principles. First, we need to build the infrastructure for America's AI future responsibly. The AI revolution depends upon enormous amounts of physical infrastructure, particularly massive data centers, some being built in the presiding officer state, many being built already in Virginia. These facilities place extraordinary demands on electricity, water, and local communities. Communities should not be asked to shoulder the cost of the AI revolution without knowing what they're signing up for. They deserve to know exactly what is being built in their backyard and a full understanding of what these facilities will mean for their electric grid, their water supply, their air quality, and local infrastructure. My Data Center Tax Accountability and Disclosure Act fixes the problems. It gives people the facts before they need to make decisions about their communities. My bill will ensure transparency about data center electricity and water consumption, backup power generation, and setbacks in residential communities, so as these data centers get built, are not built right on top of residential neighborhoods. Candidly, all information communities should have when planning and building decisions are being made. And part of the way we will make this new standard be met, if Congress is going to provide special tax breaks that allow companies to write off the cost of building these facilities far faster than they otherwise could, these subsidies should come with the conditions. Companies receiving that taxpayer support, whether we want to call it bonus depreciation or accelerated depreciation, should meet strong standards for efficiency, sustainability, and accountability. Because American leadership in AI cannot come at the expense of the communities that make that leadership possible. Second, we need to promote competition, safety, and consumer trust. If AI is going to become the interface through which Americans shop, bank, communicate, receive medical advice, and navigate the internet, then people need confidence that these systems are working for them and not exploiting them. That means a couple things. First, we need to preserve competition, especially when it comes to AI agents. We've seen what happens when a handful of dominant technology companies are allowed to become gatekeepers. Markets become less competitive, consumers have fewer choices, and innovation suffers. As AI agents increasingly act on our behalf online, Americans, not big tech companies, should be able to decide which services they use and, candidly, where their data goes. I plan to introduce new legislation to establish clear rights and responsibilities for these emerging AI agents so they can compete fairly while meeting strong standards for privacy, cybersecurity, and consumer protection. Second, we need meaningful safeguards against abuse. AI has extraordinary power and potential to improve lives, but it also makes it a lot easier to generate convincing fraud, exploit children, violate people's privacy, and create harmful content at unprecedented scale. There is absolutely no legitimate use for an AI system capable of generating child sexual abuse material or non-consensual intimate images. No use at all. Companies developing these systems have a responsibility to build effective safeguards onto their products, not after the harm occurs, but before these systems are released. My legislation would establish a process to verify that AI models cannot generate child sexual abuse material or non-consensual intimate images. And how to do that? By preventing the federal government from buying systems that fail those basic safeguards and give survivors a meaningful path to justice when the protections fail. And we've seen some of this already start to emerge in terms of chatbots. If you think social media wreaks havoc with your teenagers, think about a chatbot that might, consciously or unconsciously, encourage your child to do self-harm. As AI-generated content becomes increasingly sophisticated, we also have to protect our financial markets and our democratic institutions from fraud, deception, and manipulation, which is why in the upcoming weeks I will reintroduce my bipartisan legislation to require financial regulators to address the uses of AI-generated content that could disrupt financial markets, and it's coming. If the United States wants to lead the world in AI, we can't simply build the best models, we need to build the most trusted ones. History shows that transformative technologies succeed not only because they're powerful, but because people have confidence in using them. Congress has a responsibility to help create this confidence by ensuring that there are clear rules of the road before problems arise. Third, we need to prepare America's workforce for the economy AI will generate. This may ultimately become the defining economic challenge of our time. It's also why Senator Rounds and I introduced bipartisan legislation, creating an Economy of the Future Commission to help our country develop a long-term strategy for artificial intelligence and other transformative technologies. These changes won't happen overnight, and they won't be confined to one industry. We need a national strategy equal to the scale of the challenge. Because while there is every reason to believe that artificial intelligence will actually create new industries and new jobs over the long run, history tells us that technological revolutions rarely unfold smoothly. This transition can be enormously disruptive. Workers whose skills are no longer in demand don't experience the benefits of productivity gains quickly. They experience uncertainty, they experience layoffs, they experience the challenge of building a new career while supporting a family. And some of the workers most exposed to this disruption may actually not be the ones traditionally exposed, as we thought about the internet in terms of low-skilled jobs in rural communities. Today, unemployment amongst recent college graduates has risen to levels that should concern us all. Matter of fact, I will bet that we'll hit 30% recent college graduate unemployment in the next 2 years. I hope I'm wrong. But if I'm not wrong, we're in a heap of trouble. Many of the occupations most vulnerable to generative AI are the very white-collar, entry-level jobs that have long served as the first rung on a career ladder. Jobs in business, finance, marketing, software development, customer support, and other knowledge positions. If those entry-level opportunities become disappearing faster than the new ones are created, we risk leaving an entire generation of young Americans struggling to gain a foothold in the workforce. We cannot simply assume that the market will sort it out in its own in a short enough time. That's why today I'm proposing a national workforce transition fund to help workers navigate this period of technological change. This fund would support worker retraining, portable training accounts, employer redeployment programs, tuition assistance for high-demand careers. Frankly, if we could get half the folks in college that are majoring in business to switch to healthcare fields, that would be a step in the right direction. And also add innovative approaches to help workers adapt to this AI economy. I'm also introducing legislation to strengthen America's pipeline of homegrown STEM talent by helping universities create accelerated pathways into doctoral programs in critical technologies like AI, cybersecurity, semiconductors, and quantum. Earlier this year, I introduced Investing in the American Workers Act because we need to rethink our incentives in our tax code. Today, our tax code makes it a heck of a lot easier for companies to invest in machines than in people. That doesn't make sense in an AI economy. If businesses benefit from productivity gains AI create, they should also have a strong incentive to invest in workers who make these gains possible. Our goal here is not to stop technological progress. The goal is to make sure every American person has an opportunity to gain from this. Let me come to my final point, and I realize we're approaching the vote, but I was supposed to start 30 minutes ago. Finally, I want to talk about artificial intelligence through the lens of national security. In my years on the Senate Intelligence Committee as chair and vice chair, I believe AI, again, is one of the most consequential strategic technologies our country will confront in the coming decade. AI is rapidly becoming foundational to intelligence collection, cybersecurity, military planning, scientific research, and again, America's long-term competition with China. It will help analysts process information at a scale that no human workforce ever could. It will strengthen our ability to deter cyber intrusions, identify emerging threats, and support our military. Properly developed and secured AI can become one of America's greatest strategic advantages. But we would be naive to believe our adversaries aren't racing towards the same goal. China has made artificial intelligence a national priority. So is Russia, Iran, North Korea, and more specifically, international criminal organizations. The same frontier AI models that accelerate scientific discovery can also identify cyber vulnerabilities, automate sophisticated cyber operations, and lowering
Will
the
the gentleman
barriers.
yield? May we ask the members to take their conversations off the floor?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
President. I've only got a couple more minutes. I will wrap up as quickly as possible. Maybe my colleagues might want to even listen on some of this because I think we've actually got some good ideas here that cross both sides of the aisle. Because the same frontier AI models that accelerate discovery can also figure out what the vulnerabilities are in our systems. That's why we cannot approach frontier AI models the same way we approach ordinary software updates. The most advanced AI systems deserve a higher standard of security before they're widely deployed. And I'm proud to say that many of my friends inside the administration are recognizing this after the release of Mythos. My Secure AI Development Act would establish mandatory secure testing for our most advanced AI networks and models, improve the way government and industry actually work together, because neither team, public or private, can do this alone. We need to strengthen information sharing between AI developers and the federal government and establish a voluntary AI safety incident reporting system modeled after the aviation system. And that was one of the reasons why people climb on airplanes so regularly in this country, because they know that works. It would also strengthen protections against foreign adversaries trying to steal some of the best of these frontier models. One of the greatest lessons I've learned on the Intelligence Committee, is our national security failures often come when we recognize the threat but fail to act. We cannot continue to punt on this issue. I have never seen a technology advance as quickly as AI. Traditionally, the promoters of that technology say it's coming, and then it takes another 10 years. In the case of AI, the leading figures are saying it's coming, and it's coming even faster than they expected. We don't have months or years to get this right. We need to combine the best of our innovation, but also with some guardrails. As I started at the beginning, I think most of us would agree we'd have a heck of a lot healthier generation of young people if we put some guardrails in social media. Social media is tiny compared to the power, both good and bad, around AI. So I've laid out here a series of ideas and legislation. I look forward to working with folks on both sides of the aisle. There's no Republican or Democrat version of AI. But if we don't take these issues up now, if we're still having this conversation at the end of the year or next spring, I believe it'll be too late. I urge my colleagues to take a look at my ideas, and if you got better ones, I welcome them, and let's move forward on this critical issue. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor and reserve time to come back another time and finish the other 6 minutes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate immediately execute the order in relation to the Westerkamp nomination.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Cara Marie Westerkamp of Virginia, to be a judge of the United States Court of International Trade.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Crapo, Curtis, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Moody, Moreno, Paul, Ricketts, Scott of South Carolina, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Cantwell, Duckworth, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, King, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Shaheen, Slotkin, Warner. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Graham, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida. Aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Miss Collins, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Miss Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. 40. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 48, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to consider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President,
The Senator from Louisiana.
I ask unanimous consent for the following interns in my office to be granted floor privileges until July 22nd, 2026. Mark Chappelle and Maggie Ralston.
Without objection.
I'm glad you're not objecting because they have my speech and currently I don't have it. You got a speech for me? Mr. President, Scripture says that greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Deputy U.S. Marshal Drew Hansen was a member of the Western District of Louisiana's Fugitive Task Force. More importantly, he was a husband, a father, and tragically, he was shot and killed while arresting a man on sexual battery charges. Mr. President, Deputy Hansen displayed the greatest love for his country, love for justice, love for others. The man who murdered him took his life. Yes, but no criminal, no weapon can take a man's honor, courage, or legacy. Mr. President, I ask for a moment of silence for Drew's family, for his friends, for his community, as we know they are grieving tremendously. And with that, Mr. President, I ask that this next portion be entered into the record separately.
Without objection.
Mr. President, when I go back to Louisiana and meet with people around the state, some things stand out. I went to a business once, and there was a fellow working, and the gentleman who was taking me around his business said, that guy over there 20 years ago got out of prison. And he's been the greatest employee we've had. There's nothing that's more of an anti-recidivism program than somebody getting a job and keeping a job and learning how to feed their family in an honest way. The same employer told me that they went to Fort Polk, Army facility in Louisiana, and recruited the young men and women upon their separation. And because they just knew how to work with a team. They just knew how to work within a command structure. They had leadership ability. And he really his business made a real effort to try and get those people in their job. Now, those are happy stories of people getting out of jail, getting out of the service. It could be a trailing spouse who otherwise might have a problem finding a job, but in this man's employment, they got a great job. Now, in other cases, we hear of veterans having a difficult time being placed. We find that those people coming out of prison have a difficult time. Those people come, and if you're coming off of welfare and you have a difficult time getting a job, you're more likely to go back on welfare. If you are the trailing spouse and every 6 months you've moved and then your husband or your wife then gets laid off, separates from the military, the trailing spouse has a difficult time because you look at the work record, she or he has been moving every 6 months. It's difficult for that employer to take a leap on someone with that kind of record. All these people can benefit from the improve and enhance the Work Opportunity Tax Credit Act, which we call WOTC. WOTC is a bill that makes it easier to get a job if you're someone who, for one reason or another, might have a difficult time doing so. So we've mentioned the spouse of someone in the military. Again, they've had to relocate so often that their work history looks like they can't keep a job. But WOTC would give an employer a federal tax credit if they hire that military spouse, benefiting the employee, the employer, and rewarding that spouse who sacrificed just as much as the service member. And so instead of making service a barrier to employment, WOTC rewards it by providing the military spouse the opportunity to build a stable, rewarding career. And in our country, that's how we should treat those who've served our country in the military. Now, there are others whose circumstances prevent them from getting a good job. The mom who took off to raise children and is now getting back into the workforce. The lower income family coming off of welfare. WOTC provides an incentive, a little bit of a buffer, a little bit of a credit in terms of when you hire that person. If there's an extra expense, if there's a little bit more turnover in that group of patients, group of people whom you hire, the WOTC would, that tax credit, work opportunity tax credit, would benefit the company. Now, I truly believe, my observation in life, that one of the most meaningful ways to strengthen a person's future, to support their family, and to uplift their community is by taking the skills that you know you have and finding a job in which you can meaningfully use those skills. And a job in which you're happy to go to work and you're happy to come home, and yeah, you love your vacation, you love your weekend, but you're proud to have that job. That's why in the Working Families Tax Cuts Bill, if you've received SNAP benefits and you're able-bodied and you can work, then you should. But WOTC helps those who've been out of the workforce rejoin the workforce, and it supports the businesses along the way. When somebody gets a good job, they get more than an income. They find stability. They become independent. They have self-respect. They have a tool with which to achieve the American dream. And that's why I think we must reauthorize WOTC, which expired last December. People in my state and across the country support this bill and have contacted my office asking that Congress reinstates it. So, that military spouse or the service member newly separated from the service, the working mom, the low-income family, the person being separated from jail, all these have the opportunity to work hard, contribute to society, to rejoin society's workforce, and succeed despite the challenges they might face. This is good for the American, this is good for business, this is good for society. Now, I wake up every day, Mr. President, and I think what can I do to make life better for the people of my state and my country? The Improve and Enhance the Work Opportunity Tax Credit Act creates jobs, expands opportunity, and makes life better for those who might otherwise have to struggle the most to have a better life. As we approach a new reconciliation bill, work on funding the government, other legislative vehicles, we should consider including WOTC as we extend it not just to those who traditionally have benefited, but also to military spouses. Let's get this done for their sake, for our sake. With that, I yield the floor. Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, the post-closure time with respect to the Flowers nomination be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination at 11:30 a.m. tomorrow, and that the Senate vote on confirmation. Further, that the cloture motions filed during Monday's session of the Senate ripen following disposition of the Flowers nomination, and if cloture is invoked on the Martin nomination, the post-cloture time be expired at 2 p.m. tomorrow, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination. Further, if cloture is invoked on the Pozos nomination, the post-cloture time be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader, notwithstanding Rule 22, and no earlier than Thursday, July 23rd. Further, that the cloture motion with respect to the Traynor nomination ripen at 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during tomorrow's session of the Senate, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appears separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
As regards calendar number 44, S-1041, the Affordable Prescriptions for Patients Act, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 44, Senate S-1041.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 44, S-1041, a bill to amend Title 35 United States Code to address the infringement of patents that claim biological products and for other purposes.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported amendments be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered, read a third time, and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Con Res 37, which is at the desk.
Clerk will report.
S-Con Res 37, authorizing the use of the rotunda of the Capitol for a ceremony to honor the late Senator Lindsey O. Graham.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent be agreed to, and that the motion be laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 809, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 809, designating June 15, 2026 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day and the month of June 2026 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 810, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 810, to constitute the majority party's membership on certain committees for the 119th Congress or until their successors are chosen.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stands adjourned till 10 a.m. on Wednesday, July 22nd, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes.
Without objection.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the marks of Senator Booker.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The Senator from New Jersey.
I'm grateful, Mr. President, for the recognition, and I know I share this with 99 colleagues, that there is grief yet again hanging over the United States Senate, hanging over America, because soldiers who have sworn an oath to our Constitution, sworn to serve and defend this nation, have fallen. Several weeks ago, I had a conversation with someone who has been my colleague and is now the Secretary of State, and I asked about this war, and Secretary Rubio looked me in the eyes under oath and told me that the war is over. Several weeks before that, the President and his administration stood before the American people and told them we had won the war. I want to tell you right now that the soldiers that have died in this past week died in a war. And we are mourning this loss. This is not a left or a right thing. This is a time where we come together beyond anything partisan and understand that soldiers have fallen. 3 soldiers, possibly with a 4th, they were killed in action in a war that we've been told is over, in a war that I believe firmly should end. Their names deserve to be spoken on this floor and in the Congress of the United States, and I want to speak their names. First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan of Hawaii. He was 25 years old. Private Isabel Gonzalez of Texas. She was 19 years old. Sergeant Michael Emmanuel Swinton of North Carolina, killed at Erbil Air Base in northern Iraq, 30 years old. 19, 25, and 30. My prayers are with their families. I can't even begin to imagine the grief. As it stands today, 17 American service members have paid the ultimate price for this war. 17 Americans, 17 families who won't sit for a meal with their loved ones, 17 lives that a nation cannot get back, no matter how many times we say it, the pain still lasts. And 17 reasons I believe the American people and the men and women who wear this country's uniform are owed more from us. We know in this body that every single day, and we're privy to information that every single day we go into classified settings and hear about the fact that every single day there are Americans standing up for our country in dangerous places, doing dangerous things. It is one of the more sobering parts of this job to know that I bear a responsibility, along with my 99 colleagues, for those men and women who step forward, swear their oath, put on their uniform, and go all over the globe for us, under the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States. Now, the idea behind our democracy is that they don't go at the orders of their commanders, but they go to represent a country that has a form of government, a republic that is a nation of laws. They swear an oath to the Constitution, and we too swear that same oath. We stand right there in the well of the Senate, raise our hands, and we swear an oath. There's no measure of courage to do this job. Rarely have I seen senators face real imminent danger, and the truth of the matter is the courage evidenced by men and women in a uniform should serve as an inspiration to us that maybe we are not putting ourselves at the physical test that they are, but we too have to make a decision to honor their courage with our moral courage. This week we learned, to my surprise and frankly inciting my anger, that the Pentagon severely undercounted the number of service members that were injured. We were told that over 400 service members had been injured since February 28th. Now we're learning that in the last 2 weeks alone, more than 100 more American service members have been injured in spiraling strikes between the United States and Iran. Some have been seriously injured, and some have already been back at work, many of them back in harm's way. I fear that we are seeing a pattern. The administration has not told Congress or the American people the truth about the cost of this war, nor the cost to our men and women who put on the uniform, not the cost to the military families who have family members in harm's way, or the 17 families who will not have family members coming home. And now we're listening to the Congress of the United States in both chambers. We've seen votes in majorities in both chambers to end this war, but instead of listening to that will, instead of listening to the American people in a war that is immensely unpopular, we seem to repeating over and over again what I believe is an unjust continuation of a war that is not upheld or supported by the law of our land or the Constitution we swore an oath to. This brings to me the urgency of this moment. And the death of more American soldiers highlights what we are doing here. History is looking at us in this moment. As right now, as we speak, there are people in harm's way. History is looking at us in this moment. How will our moral courage stand aside those courageous people who are representing our country? My heart is heavy, my spirit grieves, and I know I'm not alone. When deaths like this happen, we shouldn't just go on like this is normal. When people die in service of our country, in combat, we shouldn't treat it like another day here in America. It is not. So how do we express our commitment to country? How can it lie in congruency with theirs? How can we honor them in this body beyond condolences, thoughts, and prayers? I believe what the call of this body is in this moment, in the shadow of their immense brilliance, that we have an obligation to honor them, not with words, but in how we give the best measure of our devotion to the laws of our land. I find it unconscionable that the stakes are so high in this country, where we are spending tens of billions of dollars that factually could be going to our schools. Tens of billions of dollars could be going to our health care. Tens of billions of dollars that could be paying down our national debt. Tens of billions of dollars that don't just come out of nowhere, but they come from hardworking taxpayers who pay their taxes into a system that they put faith and trust in. And what's happening with this money that we're expending for bombs and missiles and planes and personnel? What's happening as we expend this money? Well, what is apparent to me is what is not happening. You see, our founders understood the nature of war, and they understood, in light of kings and queens and monarchs who so easily pushed their country into war with no consequence, how easily they put lives on the line, sent men and women into battles, It was such a significant understanding that they had that they said no individual should be able to unilaterally send our men and women, our children into war, that we should put appropriate checks and balances on those decisions. Our founders knew the consequence of war, the burden of war. They knew the hell of war. The tragic consequence to families, the pain and agony of death. And they knew that those decisions should not be made by an individual who might be overcome with some kind of ill-conceived notions and draw our country into war where we give the best of who we are. The best of America is not our wealth, it is the young men and women who hold the hope of America. And so the Constitution is clear. Do not let one person drag our nation into war. They took that power and placed it not with an executive, they placed that power with this body, with Congress, so that there would be debate and discussion, so that there would be arguments into the night, so that people would understand with the gravity of such a commitment that we would make sure that the will of the people would be the first decision makers for a war. And that any president that was conducting the war would not conduct it above accountability, but would have checks and balance. That's the Constitution of the United States. Those imperfect geniuses understood that in moments like this, when our nation is at war, where men and women are coming home not alive but in body bags, that we should honor them by making sure that the will of our nation was behind that war. And here we are since the end of February, month after month. Soldiers injured by the hundreds, lives lost. And the question is, what are we doing in this body? Have we granted the authority to the executive to go to war? No, we haven't. Have we exercised our constitutional authority? No, we haven't. Have we debated this war and had to make a decision by voting yes or no to allow the president to conduct this war? We have not. We have men and women who are fighting to defend our nation's law and constitution. Here, we're not living up to it. That men and women are risking their lives for the Constitution we serve, and we can't even live up to the roles that we are to play within that constitutional republic. What does it say? That men and women are dying for this country, and we are not even living up to its laws. That men and women are paying the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, and we can't even stand up and do the specific duties spelled out by our country. All 100 of us grieve this losses. No one should say any different. I know my colleagues. There's not a person here that doesn't anguish over the loss, but that is not enough in this moment. That is inadequate when it comes to honoring these men and women. What this moment calls for is more than thoughts and prayers, more than the hurt and the grief. It calls for us to do our job. We owe it to them. We owe them truth. We owe them accountability. We owe them checks and balances. We owe them transparency. We owe them a government that lives up to its obligations. They gave the best measure of their devotion to the nation they loved. And their love was not mere words or symbols or salutes. Their words alone did not show their sacrifice. They understood to love your nation is to stand up and work for her, sacrifice for her, risk for her. It is time for this body, the United States Senate, to honor those men and women by giving our best measure of devotion to our Constitution. This body must end this unconstitutional and unjust war. And if they are unwilling to do so, they should hold the vote whether we authorize this war. It has not been done yet. How many more men and women will die before we do our job, rein in this executive, hold him accountable, and bring an end to a war that our nation does not want to be in? Today, my thoughts and prayers are with their families. But I stand here as one out of 100 senators, offering more than thoughts and prayers. I yet again demand this body to fulfill its constitutional obligations and do its job. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.